You see her to joiner?
Join.
I know I'm telling him away. And you've been muted, Abandamaleta unmute. Show kwa pindiri. So hapa nane pane vanhu vanhu vapinda pandotoona unoziva yasve apinda. Joine vesi varipo.
Yo, guys. What do you say, guys? Alpha. Alpha. I'm in a swing. Iri kuramba buda shamwari Maria shamwari. Dano 40. Dibe was in a
You went to up.
Hey, guys.
Company room to
Yeah, making a rakas, guys.
Wow. I'm going to see what is blocked. Yep. Is it button?
Need to give the bison. And yeah, sometimes they will. Cheeks just more.
Dana Alex. Is this one?
No, that is. Oh, no.
I'm not a screen things. Oh, I did all that link up. Maybe I'm gonna.
No, that's.
Take it.
It's a bit long.
0786
Mm.
337
Mm.
01.
Você tem um programa por ver tem.
Essa menina é péssima. Nice.
Então, eu já tinha achado. Agora, eu acho que agora eu devia comprar o bolso de xangue. Deu a tinta que xangue daí sei, papai papa, pede a cantança, viu um lugar.
Eu já falo. Eu tô falando que ainda.
Sasa anda tutanga kusana.
Kuyingqamba phatshe ndibamele kwini.
Iwe, uduze zokuthi uthi azitoyithi.
Make sure I'll put out actually. Since I had to go to the one more come,
I was coming.
Aprendeu passeio, né?
Mas logo pega a tração. Não fala logo.
Eu tinha da força por nada. Eu acho que antes não tinha deixado.
Casa não agora é isso.
E
I
não
am
tinha.
muting you so that hatinzonyaya dzenyu dzamurikutaura. There is no need for you to unmute.
Vasinzika wani.
Mani ngoza totanga kutaura.
Kuvanga vachitaura wani wena. Haunongo wachi ndiko.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. Welcome to today's lecture. I will be recording this meeting so that those who have failed to attend or have access to whatever we were discussing. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I will introduce you to this platform called Teams, and I will show you how you are supposed to do things in a platform such as this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen so that I show you the controls that I'm sure you can also see from your device. But I'll then explain what each of those controls should be used.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the Teams application, and as you can see the people who are logged into this meeting. At the moment, we are 42 of us, even though we are supposed to be around 200 because it's both the two groups in the social sciences class. So we should be way over this number, 42. So I will now show you the controls that you should take note of. There's this chart. Well, the controls differ depending on which device you are using to log in. In my case, I'm using a computer. So this is what you see when you are looking at a computer. If you are using a phone, some of the icons are obviously hidden because they can't all fit on the screen of the phone. So you need to click this option, more actions, to see more controls. But they all do the same thing. So the first control that I want to talk about is this chat window, this chat box. The same way we chat in WhatsApp is the same way we use this thing. Only that when you type a message, when you click on that and you type a message, every one of us will be able to receive the message. Every one of us in the meeting will be able to see the message. So I'm just going to type morning and I send. So I'm sure if you check on your chat window, you should be able to see this message that I sent. So why am I telling you about this? During the lecture, you might have a question that needs to be attended to, but at the same time, you don't want to disturb me. So what you do is you type a question there. I'm always checking on the chat box during the lecture. This chat box, if there are questions that needs to be attended, I will then attend to the questions. So that's what I want you to use that chat window for. If you also have a question that is very urgent, maybe I'm about to move on and you have a question that needs addressing, you need to raise your hand. The moment you click on that, you can see that I'll be notified. In fact, all of us can be able to see that someone has raised their hands. In this case, you can see my hand is up. If I close this chat window, you can see that my hand is up. Can we all raise our hands? Right. So I can be able to say that 22 people have raised their hands, and I will then pick you up so that maybe you can say whatever you wanted to say. To put down your hand, I don't know why those who haven't raised their hands didn't do it, but I guess it's because no. But anyway, let's put down our hands. You click on the hand sign again, and then your hand goes down. So don't forget to put down your hand after you have been responded to, because the moment I see a hand, I'm going to call you and ask what's the problem. At times you hear students say that, no, I'd put up my hand way back when you were saying something, but I'm now addressed. So don't forget to hold down your hand. I can see that Rightness and Roderick and Joab, the hands are still up. You need to put your hands down. Right. Then we have emojis that help express your feelings. In an online meeting, you don't necessarily want to disturb the meeting by putting out those sounds. For example, someone has said a joke, you don't turn on your mic and then you start laughing. Rather, you can just put icon, that emoji that shows that you are laughing. You can see the reaction is shown on the on the tile that represents you. If you want to clap your hands, maybe there's something where someone was saying something and you are impressed by what they were saying, you want to clap your hands for them. You don't need to turn on the mic and then you clap your hands. You just click the applause window and we can see that someone is clapping their hands. Okay. If you want, if I'm asking, maybe if I'm asking people, do you hear me? You don't have to again switch on your mic and say, yes, sir, we can hear you. You can just click this like emoji and I will then understand that you are saying, but you understand me. Let's talk about, let me move on to the microphone. This icon here, this microphone is to switch on and off your audio so that we don't hear what's happening from your end. If you click on that, you are muted. Whatever background noise that is happening from your end, we will not be able to hear it. But if there is, if you want to say something, then you need to unmute yourself and say whatever you want to say. You will notice here and there I'll be muting people because some are going to be joining in the meeting as we proceed, and they might have turned on their microphone. So time and again, I will be muting all the people. I can mute all people if there are any who have unmuted their microphone. So I'll just ask you to turn on your microphone. Turn on your microphones. If we all turn on our microphones, you can hear that there are a lot of noises that begin happening in the meeting. We don't want such a scenario because it disturbs the peace of the meeting. So now again, I will be muting. I'll just click on this icon and then everyone is muted. So when I mute you, please don't rush to turn on your mic again. The idea is I want the meeting to be very, very calm. Tandy, I muted myself. Okay. So make sure that your microphone is muted all the time. Then you can hear those background noise. Someone had switched on their microphone and I could hear some echoes that were happening. you can't join the same meeting in the same room. There is bound to be that feedback that was happening there. Just join with one device, and I'll tell you, I'll give you an instruction later on so that I can see that you have actually attended. Some might think that the only way that I will note down their attendance is if their name is appearing on the screen here. Not necessarily. If you are in the same room, just use one device. Later on, I will tell you how I'm going to mark my attendance register. Besides, you'll be just wasting bandwidth if you're wasting your data if you log in with the two devices at the same time, while you are in the same room. So just go ahead and use one device, log out the other one. Then you can also switch on your camera. Like now, I want you to turn on your camera so that I can see your faces. By turning on, clicking this button here, you can see camera in. I can see Tafadzwa. I can Joab. I can see Kutzanai. I can see Tapua Nashi. I can see Ashley. I can see Kleti. I can see Tandiwe. I can see Tariro. I can see Rightness. I can see B. Please log on with your real names. I can see Portia. Portia is still in what's that? Portia in pajamas. I can see Stella. I can see Fred. I can see Trish. Ratio, we can't see anything. Lerato, we see you. Munashe, Amanda, Tendai. Sure. I can see Tafadzwa. I can see Tunzi. I can see I feel. I can see Tinotenda. Lawrence, Alex is still in bed. Michelle, Agnes, Audrey. Not Lampa. Sandra, Michelle, Tenyaradzwa, Chipo, Scott. Chipo, what are you doing outside? How are you going to be writing notes? I can see the sky there. How are you going to be writing notes? Because I'm not going to be giving you any other notes after this lecture. So everyone will be writing their own notes of whatever we'll be discussing. Okay, let's switch off. Let's switch off our microphones. That's Mr. Mawere.
Shibumira is in the
Mira, what I say? Okay, let's turn off our cameras. Let's turn off our cameras and let's mute ourselves. Let's mute ourselves. Please let me not tell you to mute yourself. Just automatically mute yourself so that we don't disturb whatever is happening in the meeting. So now at this point, I think as I'll say it again, I'm recording this meeting. I'll share the recording later on when it's ready. Anyway, let's start today's business. Today we want to talk about spreadsheets. Let's open our computers. Let's open our computers and let's start today's business. Let me just check some of the WhatsApp messages. I think there are some comments there. Some people are saying that the link, they are failing to connect to the link. Don't know why. I just want to ask, pane munhu ari munomu anga ambotry kuconnecta link ichiramba? Frank, wazoita sei kuti iti?
yangu ndavhura pateams yepafoni ndoyabvuma, yepalaptop iri kuramba.
Okay. For Trish, waita sei? Trish,
when I use the phone again, let us remember.
okay. So can someone just advise others to try the link via the phone? I don't know how it is no shanda, but in my case, both on the phone or on the laptop, it's working fine. Tafadhali. Okay, I will proceed. We want to talk about spreadsheets today. So what is a spreadsheet? A spreadsheet is let me open a document. So what is mute yourselves so that we don't hear this background noise. Okay, what are spreadsheets? A spreadsheet is an electronic grid with rows and columns that are numbered. It is used to perform calculations. So any kind of complex calculations that you want to do, the best application to use will be a spreadsheet. So what kind of calculations are we talking about? Things like your data analysis, your accounts, preparing your accounts, etc. I'm talking about financial accounts. You can use a spreadsheet to do that. They are inbuilt. They are inbuilt formulas to calculate almost any mathematical problem, whether mathematical or it's statistical. You can do all that with a spreadsheet. There are quite a number of spreadsheet packages that are available for use. In our case, we are going to be using an application in Microsoft Excel, but not to say it's the only spreadsheet package there is. We also have other packages like Google Sheets. Google Sheets is a spreadsheet package from Google that is offered to us for free. You don't have to pay anything to use this one, but it's accessible online. You can only use it while you are on the internet. We also have an application mostly designed for use in Apple devices. It's called Numbers. We have Lotus 1, 2, 3. It's an application again that is used in Zimbabwe. We use it in most government departments for managing data, calculative data. For example, I know in the Ministry of Health, to compile records about diseases, outbreaks, whatnot, they use this application in on the Lotus 1, 2, 3. So these are just a few examples of spreadsheet applications.
ukangovhura ino
Ini ndo ndibatsira.
kuti neyangu saina
Saying that examples of spreadsheet, we have Microsoft Excel, we have Google Sheets, we have numbers, we have Lotus, we even have spreadsheet package that office application in Ocean Swakuma phone here. What do you call it?
Is it?
It being muted doesn't mean that your device is no longer working. It means that I do not want to hear the discussion that you are having from that other end. Because if you unmute your device, we will be hearing whatever you are doing there, and it will be disturbing the meeting. So please make sure that your device is always muted. Turn off your microphone so that we don't hear these noises. Of course, I'm doing it from my end, but you are switching it on again. Right. So that's the background on spreadsheets. I'm just going to open a new spreadsheet package, Microsoft Excel. Well, let's start with the right procedure for opening Microsoft Excel. You're going to click on the Start button. You click on All Applications. Then you scroll until you find Excel. In Windows, applications are arranged according to alphabetical order. So Excel is very close. You click on it and Microsoft Excel opens. In some cases, inotanga yaenda kwakanzi, yapanapa pakanzi new. You can then select pakanzi blank workbook. Blank workbook. A blank workbook is opened. In this blank workbook, if you check padanchi define out the teaching on the Excel, that is an electronic grid with the rows and columns that are numbered. Now that we've opened the spreadsheet application, we can see the grid that I was talking about. We can see the rows that are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, going on and on and on. And then we can also see the columns numbered A, B, C, D. Gumiri Z, my numbers are. If you keep scrolling, tasvika Z, takutanga A, B, A, C. Kusvika kuna AZ, tabva pana AZ, hatigumire ipapo. AZ. Totanga BA, BB, BC, kusvika kuna BZ. It doesn't even end there. It continues on and on and on and on. So when you find time, I want you to scroll kuti munoona kuti macolumns edu anombogumira kupi. These are our columns. Same applies to the rows. The rows are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going on and on. It doesn't end at 100. It doesn't end at 1,000. It goes on and on and on. Again, if you find time, just try to scroll and find how many rows there are in a spreadsheet. Now, these little boxes are in a spreadsheet. We have a special term that we give them. They are called cells. So in a spreadsheet, data is entered in cells. Data is entered in cells. And each of these cells that are in a spreadsheet each of these cells have got a unique name, right? The ability of a spreadsheet to actually perform the calculations that we were saying actually comes from the fact that each of these cells has a name. And if it has a name, it means that it can then be referenced. You can tell the spreadsheet kuti enda unotarisa zvinhu zvakanyorwa museo iri, wotarisa futi zvakanyorwa museo iri, wobva wazviedha woisa answer museo iri. That's how a spreadsheet can be able to perform calculations. Tikaenda kunana Microsoft Word application kwatanga tiri uku, hakuna lines edu haasitombori numbered. We can't perform any calculation here because this application of course wasn't even designed for that. Hatikwanisi kutoenda pasentence 1 unoita zvinhu nezviri pasentence 2 and so forth because hapatorina manumbers kuma sentences edu. But in a spreadsheet, as you can see, we have all these cells which we use to enter data and which are numbered, right? Now, how do you then instruct the spreadsheet to select cell contents of cells X and add to cell B? Tinoshandisa inonzi cell referencing. Let me just write it down here. We use what we call cell referencing. So referencing is calling a cell in a spreadsheet. Right? Because we said in a spreadsheet we have columns and we have rows, each cell has a unique name. And how are these cells named? Cells are named after the column name and the row name. That's how cells are named. The column name and the row name becomes the name of the cell. For example, the name of the very first cell in the spreadsheet riri column A, row 1. So the name of that cell is what? A1. Let me go back to the spreadsheet so that I show you this. Right? This cell is the one that I'm talking about. It's column A, row 1. So the name of this cell becomes A1. But you don't even need to claim the name of this cell because it's already given there in the name box. There's this icon or box here, which we call the name box. Within the name box, the name of whatever cell that you have selected is given. For example, if I click that one, I can check manually, which is cell G, row 6, so it's G6. If I go to the name box, that holds up to cell on the G6. If I go there, it's J2. If I check to verify there, it's also J2. So that's how cells are named in a spreadsheet. The column name versus the row name. Not the other way around. I have seen people in the students in the exam naming a cell something like A1. Is 1A. There is no cell like this that exists in spreadsheet. So the moment I say you answering a question and describing something like this as a particular cell, I know that you don't know what you are talking about and you are going to lose marks. Even if you are simply referring to A1, you need to know the terminology that is used in spreadsheets. Now that we know how to name cells, well, there are two ways of referencing cells. There are two ways. Yes, we could use this one, the A1. This type of referencing is called relative cell referencing. Relative cell referencing. The other way of referencing cells is called absolute cell referencing. It's called absolute cell referencing. So we also have another one. Another way is called mixed cell referencing. So mixed cell referencing, we are mixing relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing. So maybe we should have just described how absolute cell referencing is done. So an example of absolute cell referencing, to reference the same cell A1, you just put a $sign and 1, then you put a $sign. Sorry, a $sign and you put A, and then you put a $sign, you put 1. So instead of saying A1, A1, you are preceding the column name and the row name with a $sign. And so my dollar sign aya kuma spreadsheet ane zvaanotoshanda haasi ekuisa currency the $5, $10. They are used for this purpose. We are not absolute cell reference. So avoid using the $sign for putting currency. I will show you how you define currency in a spreadsheet. I'll show you how you maybe will say $5. You don't type $5 manually. There's a way of it to appear as $5. And then in a way, 13 on the mixed cell referencing. With mixed cell referencing, it's a mixture of it's a mixture of relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing. So we could reference the column A, titishansa absolute cell referencing, and then we reference row 1, titishandisa relative cell referencing. So instead of saying $A, $1, we have just said $A1. It means that the column A has been referenced using absolute cell referencing, and the row 1 has been referenced using relative cell referencing. Or you could say A, and then you put your $1. Here, A has been referenced using relative cell referencing, while list one, the row, has been referenced using absolute cell referencing. So I will do an exercise that shows in which cases you need to use which referencing technique. Let's go back to our spreadsheet. But before we go back to our spreadsheet, let me just check whether there are any questions in the chat window. There's no any question. Anyone who is lost as of now? Yes, Tadiwa.
Say ninda Sara paine mai iyo referencing ya mataura page 2 yana yemadollar and now kuinzwisisa.
Okay. Inonzi absolute cell referencing. Tichaita ma exercise tichi explain kuti inoshanda sei. But absolute cell referencing, instead of just referencing your cell as A1, you are preceding the row name, the column name, and the row name with a $sign. That's simply how it is. I will show you in which cases you need to use this absolute cell referencing and why you need to use it. I will show you, we will do a typical example to demonstrate that. Are you okay?
Eh.
All right. I guess you can put down your hand. Any other question? Okay, let's proceed. The only way you understand this exercise that we are doing now is by you following and doing it from your end. You are not going to learn anything if you are just going to be staring at your phone, your computer, while I'm doing the things. You need to be also doing that from your end. So I'm going to open the spreadsheet that I was opening. I'm just going to delete everything so that it's empty. I will then describe the features. Now that we know a little bit about spreadsheet, let me describe the features that we find on a typical spreadsheet application. We have the home tab. You remember we said the topmost bar is the title bar. And on the title bar, we find icons like the save button, the undo button. You are going to be using these a lot, by the way, especially if you are still learning how to use a spreadsheet. Because unogona kungoita zvinhu, something uchida kutry kuita something else, and then your whatever you are doing disappears from the screen. Kana kuti zvodeletika kana kuti zvongodisappear kana you need to be using this icon. Pane kuti utangidze zvinhu zvako unongoclicka this undo button and then zvobva zvadzokera pastate yazvanga zviri. This is the name of our workbook that we are working on. This one is called a workbook, and you can give it a name. Once we've given it a name, up and over, it's like a file name rare to Microsoft Word. It's a workbook name. You can give your workbook a name, and your work, whatever name you would have given, will be displayed there. So this name can only be given once you have saved your document. In my case, I've not yet saved my document. So I'm going to save it by clicking on File, then Save As. If we are saving for the first time, chero ukada kuklika pakanzi Save Up, hapashandi, inobva yajamba yoenda pakanzi Save As. So you click on Save As. We want to save on the desktop, so I'm going to click this PC, and then I will select desktop. I'll give my file a name. I'll call it MS Excel Practical. You don't need to put a file extension because chepasa sich chiri kutotisira file extension. Use this one, this default file extension yoyi. Yakanzi .xlsx. It shows that it's a spreadsheet file, and any spreadsheet application should be able to open it. Click on Save, and the file is saved. You can see that the file name is now changed to MS Excel. It's been saved to MS Excel Practical. There's this search button. Let me just take it a little bit down. Right. You can see this search. You can search for anything. I might give you a question that requires you to do something. You don't know how to go about it. You can search PANAP and you are going to get help. Then we have the usual 3 icons on the right side, the minimize, the resize window, and the close. Then below the title bar, we have the menu bar with the different icons. We have the home tab. We also find it, remember, in the Microsoft Word environment. And on the home tab, we have the clipboard, we have the font tools, we have the alignment tools, we have the, right here, we have yakanzi numbers here. Paya panachimbotaura kuti uchida kuchinja currency, aunyore kuti $5 like this. This is not how you write $5. Rather, you type your 5 there. You type your 5 there, and then you go to vacancy number, formatting numbers. It allows us to format our numbers. And then you select these two each. Chakanzi accounting number format. Or alternatively, you can go there, vacancy general up. Then you select vacancy currency. Tinovataiserwa currency yedu up. Notice in indaisirwa mapounds. Maybe I want to use dollars. So you go and click vacancy more number formats. Then pano at this window vacancy format cells, vacancy currency upper. You select the symbol that you want. You change the symbol. So we want the dollar. We want the US dollar. We are going to search for United States dollars. Or you can search for the Zimbabwean dollar. If you scroll down, we should be able to find Zimbabwe down. Right. It is US dollar, Zimbabwe. Let's see if we can find it's this one. There's this ZWD for Zimbabwe dollar or ZWL. I think they are all used for the Zimbabwean dollar. The South African rand, the Zambian kwacha. So that's how you select different currencies. But in Zim, I guess we use the US dollar. So just to search for the US dollar, it comes Soro. So $5 yobva yatonyorwa. You know, but remember isanga takangonyora 5 up. But yabva yatisira currency. Now you can do your calculations. Yes, Joab.
Say,
Yes.
isusu Excel ida isikuratidza pakanzi numbers apa iri kuramba kupanja like tichida kuchinja currency pakanzi number apa haisi
But muri kushandisa Excel. Are you using Excel? Can you share your screen? I'll stop sharing so that we can see what's the problem from your end.
All right. Okay.
Or device auri kushandisa zvakasiyana neyauri kushandisa.
Tiri form unomu saka tese tiri kuteerera pa for device 1.
Ndisi kuona zvakanyorwa pauyu penyu. Chimessage chakanyorwa pazasi apo chakanzi chi? Can you just read out?
Your license is ingenuine and you might be a victim of software. Avoid interruption and keep yourself safe with genuine office people.
So that's the problem. Andi uri kutry kutaipa hapana chiri kunyoreka spreadsheet mako.
Yeah, chiri kunyoreka. Problem yanga iri pakuti yaisiri kubudisa currency kuchinja.
You can type something in your spreadsheet right now.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Uri musoro iroro rakanzi 5. Rawanyora currency. Hapana ukaenda pakanzi home. Hapana section yakanzi numbers iri kubuda.
Iripo.
Iwe joina.
Saka izvi hazvisi kushanda ukaklika up. Hapasi kubudisa anything.
Hapasi kubudisa anything ipapo.
Ukaklika panapa. Chi-icon ichi.
Hapasi kubudisa anything.
Saka paka freeze apa.
Papo pamusoro pese pakafreeze.
Don't know what the problem is. If you are saying uri kwanza kutypa but kumusoro kwaka freeze, I don't know what the problem is. What I know is kana kuno usingakwanisi kutypa anything. Then your license is expired. You can't use your spreadsheet.
Okay.
But if you are saying that you can type in data into a spreadsheet, I don't know what the problem exactly. Sandra. Sandra, you've raised your hand. You can change the currency to any other currency that you want, Frank. As my US cheta anobuda. You can change the currency to anything. Okay. We're talking about the layout of a spreadsheet. We have the home tab. This one is for formatting cells and whatnot. We also have the insert. It is used for inserting things into our the spreadsheet. Could be tables, it could be forms, it could be charts. We're going to look at charts and graphs, how you actually insert charts and graphs. Draw, we don't really use that. Page layout, to make sure that zvinhu zvako zviri kubudira pasame print papage hazvisi kuzokatwa katwa and so on. Because ani muri kuona kuti spreadsheet redu harina parinogumira, it continues and continues. Unlike kuMicrosoft Word. KuMicrosoft Word kana uchitypa ukasvika kwekupedzisira kwedocument rinobva raita automatically, inonzi automatic word wrap. Sentence inobva yaenda pazasi, pesa inobva yaenda pazasi, so that you start typing the next question. But kuspreadsheet hakuna cell wrap, hakuna inonzi sentence wrap. You can continue typing uchienda nakuenda. But kana wakuda kuzoprinta zvinhu zvako, it doesn't mean kuti zvinobudira papage 1. Kuti uone kuti zviri papage 1 ukaenda apa pakanzi margins apo. Right, sorry, ukaenda pakanzi, what do you say, page? Right. I don't know. Supposed to click. But zvananichida ndeizvi zvimaline zvabuda izvi. Zvimaline izvi zvinotiudza panoperera page redu. So page redu apa, kuti zvinhu zvibude pa1 page, unofanira kunge wazvinyorera pacolumn A kusvika pacolumn J. Iyi yatova imwe page. Kuzasi zviri kusvika parow 45, ukaenda parow 44, ukaenda parow 45 yatova imwe page, yatova imwe page. So we call this page, anonzi mapage breaks. view, we can actually see where our page is ending. Of course, when we have filled our data, columns anogona page break yanga imbori apa inogona kutomuvhayo ya somewhere panapa because columns anenge akura, but you can adjust it anyway. You can adjust it. I will show you when we have actually filled our spreadsheet with data. I guess okay, then tikaenda pakanzi formulas. We'll talk about these. They are inbuilt formulas that are used to perform calculations. You remember nambotaura ndichiti spreadsheet inoti allow kuti tiperform calculations. Thousands and thousands of formulas have been inbuilt in spreadsheets. Data is for analyzing data. A review for reviewing your document, and so forth. So the columns, the tabs that we are going to be really using in spreadsheet are the home tab, the insert tab, and the formulas tab. Those are the very, very important tabs that we'll be dealing with. Of course, on each tab, you are going to find the toolbar. In the toolbar, it varies depending on the tab that you have clicked. If you go to the formulas tab, these are the tools that appears. If you go to the insert tab, these are the tools that appears. Right? You remember in Microsoft Word, all these three are there. This topmost bar, which is called the title bar, it's there in Word. This title bar, this menu bar is also there in Word. And then the toolbar is also there in Word. But in spreadsheets, we have this additional bar, which is called the formula bar. It is called the formula bar. So in the formula bar, all formulas that you have input in your spreadsheet will be displayed there if you click a particular cell, right? For example, how do I know that someone didn't write $5 manually? If I click on that cell in the formula bar, ndinoratidzwa zvinhu zvandanyora manually. Ini ndanyora 5 papa, if you remember. But muso muno muri kundiratidza kuti $5. It means that I formatted my number into a currency. If I had written $5 manually, notice, if I had written $5, if I click on that cell and I go to the formula bar, inotondiratidza kuti muso umu manyorwa kunzi $5. So that's how I tell. Besides, if you write $5 like this, ukada kutry kuita calculations, to multiply $5 uyu neumwe number, you are going to get an error message because this $5 is not the way that $5 is written. I hope I'm clear. Let's discuss before we do anything useful. Let's also discuss the type of data that can be entered in a spreadsheet. The type of data that can be entered in a spreadsheet. So in a spreadsheet, we can enter ourselves as users of spreadsheet. We can enter 3 types of data. What are these? One, we can enter values. What are values? Values are the numbers that we enter in a spreadsheet. Of course, these numbers can then be manipulated by formulas to give a result. So that's one thing that you can enter in a spreadsheet. We call it values. Values are usually represented by the numbers like the ones, the twos, etc. Then you can also enter a formula. So in a spreadsheet, you can enter a formula. One thing about formulas is that whenever you want to input a formula, you need to start to put an equal sign. So whenever you want to tell the spreadsheet to perform a calculation, formula is used to perform calculations, isn't it? Formulas are used to perform a calculation, and it's always a rule that before you start typing the formula, you first need to put an equal sign. The moment you don't put an equal sign, the spreadsheet will just assume that you are entering values or you are entering something else. What's distinct formulas from everything else is it having an equal sign. The third thing that you can enter in a spreadsheet are labels. Labels are a description of the data in a spreadsheet. So what am I saying here? Just entering values and the formulas without explaining them will not make any sense to someone who is going to then access your spreadsheet. So you need to label, to describe each value that you are putting in a spreadsheet, so that whoever is then going to be reading your spreadsheet can actually make sense of what you were trying to do. Yes, yourself might know what you are doing and you just put the values, you just put the formulas and data manipulation occurs and you get your results that are correct. You yourself know what you are doing, but someone else who is then accessing your spreadsheet might not be able to tell what you are doing. So you need to describe that data by putting labels. Let's go into our spreadsheet and demonstrate all these things that we've just talked about, right? Well, again, before we demonstrate that, let's first do a simple exercise where we perform calculations in a spreadsheet. And earlier on, we defined the spreadsheet as an application that helps us to make calculations. So I want us to input any two values in any two cells of your choice. I know that the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the word calculation, you simply think of adding things, subtracting things, multiplying things, we want to do that in a spreadsheet and see how we can actually go about doing my calculations. So I want you to put a value in one cell, put another value of your choice. Don't use the cells that I've used and don't use the numbers that I've used. Make use of your own values. So I've put my first value in cell B2. I've also put a second value in cell D3. Now I want to add these two values so that I will see kuti ndikaedda E ne-E ndinowana answer ipi yacho. So I need to put a formula. I need to put a formula, and that formula is also put in a cell. The formula is also put in a cell. So you select the cell that you want to put your formula. In my case, I've selected E6. And there's something that I said about formulas when I was defining what a formula is. I said that whenever you want to tell the spreadsheet that you want it to calculate things, you need to first put an equal sign. Unlike primary, kwataisa equal sign, taitanga tati 3 plus 3 tozoti equal sign. Kunoku kana tiri kuma spreadsheet tinotanga nekutoti equal sign wacho. Anditi. Right? After we've put an equal sign, we now reference the name of the cell where we put our first value. You are not going to reference the 34. You are not going to type is equal to 34 there. Rather, you are going to type the name of the cell where the 34 is located. The name of that cell is B2. So I'm going to type, after the equal sign, I type B2. Notice what happens to B2 when we have referenced it. And for now, we are not using any other referencing technique other than relative cell referencing. Yekungoti yatongo chansa column name ne row name. It's the one that we are going to be using for now. So reference cell B2 and put the operator that you want to use. If you are multiplying things, you are going to put a multiplication sign. If you are adding things, you are going to put a plus sign. If you are dividing things, you are going to put a division sign. If you are subtracting, you are going to put a minus sign. In our case, we want to add, so we are going to choose the operator plus, like that. And then you reference the cell that has your second value. In our case, the second value is located in D3, so I'll type in D3 there. So D3 is highlighted like that, right? So our formula is now complete. We just want to find the result of adding contents of cell B2 to contents of D3. To get the result, you are going to press enter. And there we have 77. If you are also going to add manually, you will see that you get 77. So that's how you perform a calculation in a spreadsheet. Just a matter of referencing cells, putting the correct formula and putting the equal sign. You reference the cells that have your values, you put the correct operators, and you press enter to get your result. Let's try that again. What if we have more than 2 values that we want to add? Let me add another value there. Put a 3, I'll put a 5, I'll put a 90, I'll put a 20 there. Now, I have how many values? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 values that I want to add now. How do I go about it? It's basically the same procedure. You first select the cell where you want to put your formula. You put your equal sign. You reference the cell that has your first value. It doesn't matter which one you start with. You could even start with this one. The answer is just going to be the same. This one is E11. So I'll type E11. Let me show you an easier way of referencing. Instead of typing this name of this cell, which is G8, you can just go and click on G8. G8 up. What's left for you is just to put the operate plus. go and click there, put plus, 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 go and click there. Now we have selected all the values. You press enter to get your result. So we have 272. Ndangachimbotaura nezveformula bar pa ndichiti formula bar will reflect whatever you input in a cell is what is shown in the formula bar. In the spreadsheet itself, in the cells, you might get a different, you might have a different expression than what is on the formula bar. If a calculation has happened, in this cell, 34, we entered 34, and 34 is also displayed in the formula bar. In this cell, we entered 43, and 43 is also displayed there. But in this cell, we didn't enter 77. What we entered was a formula is equal to B2 plus D3. That's what's shown in the formula bar. Whatever you typed here is what is shown in there. Even though the cell is showing us a value of 77, which is a result of adding that and that. So the cell will display the solution or the calculated value, whereas the formula bar will show you the formula that we have used. I might give you an exercise that requires you to add things, for example. Someone might think that they are too clever, and then maybe I've said 8, 34, and 43, and the result you know is 77. You've used your calculator and you know that the result is equal to 77. So someone is going to type 77 manually. I will see that you didn't perform any calculation, you typed 77 manually. Because when you type 77 manually, it is also shown in the formula bar. But when you did a calculation that resulted in 77, I can see in the formula there that you entered a formula which then gave you a result of 77. You remember well, we also typed 3 manually, we typed 5, we typed 90, we typed 20. But this 272, it is a formula that we input here, which was adding all those values, and then the result is displayed there. So this is how we perform calculations in a spreadsheet. We were talking about the addition, just the addition here. Let's try multiplying things. Say I want to multiply 3 by 5. I'm going to choose an empty cell. I put my equal sign. I reference that cell, and then I put my multiplication sign. So in spreadsheet, to multiply things, we use the star, not the X. Like we used to do in primary school. We use the star, and then you reference the cell with your second number. So it's equal to C7 times 11. My answer is 15. What if I want to subtract things? Maybe I want to subtract 43 minus 34. I'm going to go there, put my equal sign, reference the cell that is my 43, put my operator, which is a minus sign, select the other cell, which is my second value, press enter. So 43 minus 34, we get 9. Say we want to divide now. We want to divide 90, we want to divide it by 5. I want to divide 90 by 5, so I'm going to go to an empty cell, put my equal sign, I select the 90. The division sign is the forward slash. I hope someone is writing down notes. The division sign is the forward slash. Apana division, where primary unezvima dot nechi minus pakati. It's that forward slash. That is just besides the shift sign on our keyboard. We select the value that we want to divide it with, and you press enter to get your result. If you use the wrong operator, you are going to get an error. For example, if you use the forward slash instead, let's try to see what happens. There's the forward slash, select that one. You see, I'm getting an error. It means that there's something wrong. If this message pops up, it means that there's something wrong with my formula. Indeed, it means there's something wrong with my formula. So whenever you are getting that error, just recheck your formula. There's something wrong with it. I'll go back to the class and ask if there are any questions. If someone says Magetsanga and don't worry, we are going to do this again practically. Ndichikuratidza kuti relative cell referencing inoshanda papi. Relative cell referencing ndoyandanga ndichitoshandisa panapa. I'll show you where you use absolute cell referencing. Continue. Silence maybe means that we are understanding. I will continue. We have discussed how you add things, how you multiply things, how you do all those kinds of calculations. In a workbook, you can open many sheets. Just like in a Word document, you can have many pages. I guess in a spreadsheet, you can have many sheets. So this is the first sheet in our workbook that we're working on. This, what we are, where we enter our data, whatnot, is called a worksheet. You can rename this worksheet to anything that you want. You just right click, vacancy sheet 1, go to rename, and give it a name. I'll call it practice 1 or practice 1. We can create a new sheet by clicking that plus sign. If you click on it, a new sheet is going to appear. If you click there again, another new sheet is going to appear. You are not limited as to the number of sheets that you can open in the same workbook. Right? You are not limited to the number of sheets that you can open in the same workbook. So let's go to sheet 2. In sheet 2, you can rename it to practice. Practice. So this was the session 1 when we were learning how to enter data in a spreadsheet, how to manipulate the data. Practice 2, we want to do something more serious. We want now to demonstrate the use of relative cell referencing, demonstrate the use of relative and absolute cell referencing. Right. We are going to start with relative cell referencing. It's what we've already been using all along. So it shouldn't be a big deal. Right. If I want to enter data about my students in the ICCT class, I want to compile the final mark year coursework my students ang. So I could use a spreadsheet application to help me do that. Here, this is the data labels that I'm going to put. Remember we said you need to label your data so that whoever is looking into your work can be able to tell what is happening. Right? So maybe I'm going to start by putting the registration number of my students. Maybe I can also put their name, then with their same the mark that they got in assignment 1 and the mark that they got in assignment 2. This is the coursework. Can you please mute your device?
Choose the volume. Just that conversa. With the volume. I wanna mute. Jesus.
Okay. The registration number. I'm going to enter marks for say 10 students. M 25 00. Maybe this is let me just get the names from this class. Shailin Rovimpo. Shailin Rovimpo. Assignment 1, maybe akawana 90%. Assignment 2, akawana 45%. We want to calculate the coursework. Then we have Laxidis. Yeah, I can see you are raising your hand. Can you unmute and say whatever you want to say? So in your case, in your practice session, you are just going to be putting names of your friends. Where is this Rachel? I can't find your surname, Rachel. Let me the names 5. Okay. I think you can see that this column, you can the possible mark. I don't know about it. 100 total, 100, 100. But coursework is a mark out of 40. Your coursework should be out of 40, right? So we want to find, no, total is 200 here. Because, okay, we can even put a formula. Is equal to that plus that, which is 200. We now want to put formulas that calculate each student's total marks and each student's coursework. So obviously, this formula for Shailene, the formula has to be put there, and it because ndipo pari kukoresponda na Shailene. Coursework yake formula yedu again tinofanira kuisa apa because ndipo panokoresponda na Shailene. Unlike what we were doing in practice 1, where we were just putting values anywhere where we want, you will notice that in a real exercise, there is a specific cell that is going to be used to input our values. We are not just going to select any cell at random like what we're doing before. Whatever cell that you're going to use to input your formula depends on the data that you have put, the data or the labels that you have put will determine the formula that is going to be put in that particular cell. So in this case, we want to find the total marks obtained by Shailene. I'll ask Shailene What formula should we put there to get your total marks? Shailene. Unmute yourself and start talking, Shailene. Rovimbo.
Yeah, Peter, much.
Elia, mute yourself. Shailene. Is Shailene in the lecture? Okay. Anyone who wants to? Anyone wants to try? So does it mean that no one understood what I have been saying all along? Yes, Mark. Mark.
Okay. So panzi Shailene Ruvimba, I think tutoti I don't know. Alichaone manje page racho. Yeah. So neifongo tutoti G6 plus E6.
There's something wrong with your formula. What's wrong with the Frank's formula? With Mark's formula? Leona? Leona? Frank?
Alright,
Sam?
pa formula yake angachifana kutanga isa equal sign first, then ozotanga kuita ma cells.
Yes. You were supposed to first put the equal sign and then you reference the cells that you want to use. So you're supposed to put equal sign and then D6 plus E6 and then you press your answer. You press enter and you are going to get the answer. So Shailene got 135 marks out of a possible of 200 marks. Placidis. Placidis, tell us how we add your marks. President has already been said how you are supposed to go about it. Placidis.
Saying I did not understand what you say.
Aonachi?
I could understand as a matter.
And then ndinotombotaura zvinhu zvataurwa naFrank zvimwe zvikataurwa naMark. Saka hauna kunzwa zvavataura Mark naFrank.
Ndanza kuti unotanga waisa equal sign nezve cosine.
Hanzi kana waisa equal sign woita sei? At least wanzwa hako something. Who wants to help Placidis? Munash. Uterere Placidis.
Okay,
Go ahead, Munash.
so Tangata equal sign, right? Then we add D7 plus E7.
Kunzi kueda, kunonzi kuita sei? Patiri kuti D7, what are we doing? We are referencing cell D7, isn't it?
You know, we are referencing.
Yes. You just go and click in the cell D7 and we've referenced it. Then what do?
You put an addition sign, then you reference E7, cell E7.
You put your operator. In this case, we are adding. So you put a plus sign. After putting your plus sign, you reference the other cell, which is the second assignment, cell E7. And then to get the answer, what do?
You press enter.
Sorry?
You press enter.
Press enter. So Placidis got a total of 145 marks. Rachel? Rachel?
Yes, sir. So from us, how we get the total marks when we're going to find the cosec, so it has a good divide.
No, we want the total marks. Rachel. Tell me the formula that I'm supposed to put there.
Oh, it's equals to then you click the first assignment and then plus the second assignment, which would be clicked to get the answer.
Do you get the answer?
Yes, and then you say equals. You say enter to get the mark.
Okay. Joab, how do we get your total marks? Joab. Who wants to help Joab? Yes, Tanyarazo.
Okay.
Can I see?
Yes.
We say equal sign, then D9 plus E9, and we press enter.
Sure. How do we get your total marks, Nyash?
So Mati, we first put the formula, which is the equal sign. Then we reference cell D10, then plus cell E10. Then we add, we press enter, then we get the total.
Okay, kumanga unyarira sebhuru. Sevandisiyo.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Mabhero asi Joab ndamuswa.
Saka kuonera mabhero.
Miji uri serious.
Kumanga.
Anzi mute live. Mute iwe.
Muted.
Kana yangu iri muted.
Joab azuri iwe unonzwa.
Iri muted. Ira uyu. Takudza kuti
Okay. We now want to calculate the coursework now. The coursework is going to be a little bit complicated because we want to convert your mark out of 200 to out of 40 instead. So we are going to say the mark that you got, let me just put the mark that you got over total marks multiplied by the coursework that we want to total, the total coursework that they're supposed to be having. So this is the formula that we're supposed to be putting. Mark divided by total times 40. So that we equate your mark to 40. So for Shailene, I will do this one and then I'll ask her how the formula that we're supposed to put for all those other ones. All along, for these guys, we were referencing Tichishan sign on the absolute cell referencing, anything. You know, Tichishan sign on the relative cell referencing. Now I want to demonstrate where you are going to be using a relative cell referencing. Sorry, where you are going to be using absolute cell referencing. So to calculate the coursework there, you are going to put your equal sign and then mark Shailene was 135. It's in cell F6. So we say F6 divided by the possible mark, which is 200. This 200, we want to reference it Tichishan's absolute cell referencing. Because to ingoramba divide na 200. But before I do that, let me show you something. Let me show you something. The calculator mark yemu student wekutanga. There is no need for us to continue teaching calculator for all those other students. A spreadsheet can actually tell the formula that we are supposed to put for all the other students if the formula is almost similar. Chinozongosiyana now are the ranges. Apatangati either D6 plus E6 and it. If we copy this formula, how do you copy a formula? Ukaenda chifull stop chiri pakona icho. Pafambisa your mouse kuti iende pachifull stop chiri pakona icho. Obva waklika the left mouse button, wobva wadrega downwards wakabaya left mouse button auregedzi the left mouse button wodrega downwards kusvika mastudents ese ari kuda kucalculaterwa total marks dzavo wapedza. You can see in the upper last student abanditi wobva wadropa mouse yako woregedza kuclick automatically tinobva tatocalculaterwa mamarks aplaxidis arachel amarume aorimoso zvinobva zvacalculated automatically. I will repeat that step again. I'm saying that once you have calculated for one student, there is no need for you to continue multiplying, adding for all those other students. It's time consuming. You don't want to waste the time doing simple things that the spreadsheet could otherwise have done for you without you putting any effort. So we are simply copying the formula that we used there and applying it to all those other students. So you click pane chinenge full stop chiri pazasi pecell kana wakaselekta cell mawaisa formula yako is equal to d6 plus d6 pane chinenge full stop chiri ipapo. Ukanangisa mouse yako pachifull stop ichocho wanangisa pachifull stop ichocho click the left mouse button and drag downwards. Uchishandisa rumwe ruoko wakabaya left mouse button, drag downwards and drop your mouse. You will notice that calculations will automatically be done for all the other students. But takopa one up, takopa d6 plus e6. Does it mean that apa irungoti d6 plus 6 apa irungoti d6 plus e6? No, because tashandisa inonzi relative cell referencing. Range will automatically change depending ne position yane formula yako. So apa takopa d6 plus e6. What will happen pazasi apa? Range yachinja yava d7 plus e7. The formula is still adding two values, anditi, but range ndo yachinja. You go down there, yava d8 plus e8. You go down there, yava d9 plus e9. You go there, yava d10 plus e10. The relative cell referencing iyoyo inotaalawa kuti range yedu ichinje automatically if we copy a formula and apply it elsewhere. Am I clear? Is this in the first case? We did it manually because I wanted you guys to understand how we were going to be adding things. I wanted you to know the formula that we were using there. And those course akatatanga taita manually. But in your case, once one go calculator for the first student, there is no need for you to continue calculating. Are we together? I can see people raising their hands. Mark, why are you raising your hand? Rightness. Do you have questions? So please put down your hand if you have no question. Otherwise, you will be disturbing the class. Because I'm going to be calling you and then you have nothing to say. Tony. Something to say?
Asi susuka iko zikeda kubuda. Ine plus sign at one.
Equal sign has kubuda. What do you mean?
Like pa laptop pachona tukumutsvaga asikuoneka.
Let me show you my keyboard. Let me show you a keyboard on screen and show you how you access another place. But it was unfanable directly. Andizvo zvakaita keyboard yenyerezvo. Equals uyu ari apapa.
Papi.
Uyu. Kumusoro.
Isusu peda pasi kubudisa ari equals ipapa.
Nakubudisa chini.
Parikubudisa kakahwani stroke. Makeyboard eshe makasiyana.
Ukabaya ipapa parikubudisa chini.
Inini pangu pane equal sign ndikapabaya parikubudisa kaaro kekuzasi kamweso kanenge kari kuku. Chakaita sechiminus asi chiri pasi.
Chiri panext pacho. Pasite nechakanzi backspace ichi. Apa ndipo panenge pana equals apa.
Pangu hapasi kuningirikina apa. Hapasi kubudisa anything.
Kushandisa iyoyo device yauri kushandisa ndiyo here iri connected pameeting.
Connected nefoni.
Okay, ita so. Click up pakanzi search up. Click up pazasi up. Then wotype kuti on screen keyboard. Chakanzi on screen keyboard so that this keyboard comes out. Yabudere screen keyboard.
Ichiri uloda.
It doesn't take even a second to open this keyboard.
Ma?
Well, open a keyboard.
Mino zviri kubudisa izvi.
Ukangoenda pakanzi search up, wotype kuti on screen keyboard. Ukaenda up.
Ndakaconnect.
Hazvitombodi internet izvi. Hazvitombodi kana internet connection. Ukangotypa kuti screen, panobva pabuda chimwe cheapplication chakanzi on screen keyboard. You click open and then this keyboard loads. Someone was saying plus and scope. Someone was saying that they can't access plus uyu. Plus, ano makeys ari kumusoro ayo. Makeys ese ari kumusoro ayo. You notice kuti pakeyboard pedu pane key iri pazasi. Sorry, pane amwe makeys. Pane imwe value inenge iri pamusoro imwe iri pazasi. To access the value iri pazasi iyo, you just simply press. Let me go to my practice sheet 1. If I want to type 67, I just type 6, 7, 8 like that. You press them directly. And it could access my values are nechepazasi pacho. Vose vana minus or vana equals. You just press them. But if you want to access ayo ma values ari kumusoro ayo, chi plus icho, chi hyphen icho, chi bracket icho, opening bracket, vana times avo. If you want to access them, you first need to click and hold shift. So ukapresa pakanzi shift, aya makeys ndo ava ari pamusoro aya ndo anenge ava active. Saka kana wakuda kubaya plus, unotanga wakabaya shift, haumuregedzi shift, unoramba wakamubaya, then wobva waklika pana plus. Ndokuti ukwanise kuaccessa plus. Kuti uite opening bracket, wakabaya shift wako, woita that one, that opening bracket. Uchida kuita closing bracket, wakabaya shift wako, woita that closing bracket. Kana uchida kuisa this dollar sign wepa absolute cell referencing, wakabaya shift woclicka dollar sign. That's how you access my values ari kumusoro aya. Are we together? Someone was saying kuti handisikukwanisa kuona mana plus, handisikukwanisa kubaya mana plus. Unomuaccessa wakabaya shift.
Okay.
Okay. Any more questions?
No.
All right. Amanda, I can see your hand is raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wanted to ask. Yes.
Okay. That. Tariro. Sorry. Announcer.
Multiplication sign you chista.
Multiplication chista.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Good. Put down your hand if you are answered. Tony, I think we need to put down your hand. Chinotend. Mugadzi.
Ndanga ndichida kunzwisisa pamataura nyaya yechifull stop tapedza kuedha chichi.
Okay. Saying, can our calculator for the first student and there is no need for you to continue calculating for all these other students. Zvinogona kuitwa automatically ne spreadsheet redu. Calculator for Shailene, ukawana answer 135. Notice, pandango click any cell that you click, pane kanenge ka full stop kanonge kari pazasi pa bottom right corner. Kanenge ka full stop up. Anditi. So yo ukaenda pana cell rako rawaisa formula yako. unoendawo pachifull stop ichocho, unofambisa arrow yako yoenda pachifull stop ichocho. What you are doing is you are copying. You want to copy the same formula that is in that cell and you want to apply it elsewhere, right? You wanangisa chimouse chako pa that full stop, you click the left mouse button. Notice apo pakanzi pazasi apo pakanzi drag outside selection to extend series or fill, drag inside to clear. Kadai also uri kudzima ukadraga outside uri kukopa formula kuti apply kumwewo. Handiti once wapedza kudraga wobva waregedza left mouse button yako, automatically ma addition for all those other students is done. My totals my students is done. It's based on the earlier formula that you would have entered. What simply changes are the ranges, because Tashansa knows the relative cell referencing, the range is going to change. Nditi apa range yatanga tichishandisa it's D6 plus E6, but Placidis are row 7, but still in the same columns D and E. So you will notice, because we're dragging downwards, you will notice what's just going to be changing is the row name. So for Placidis, instead of 6 panning pana 7. For Rachel, instead of 6 panning pana 8. For Joab, instead of 6 panning pana 9, etc.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
We now want to demonstrate how you calculate coursework. Coursework is total uyu hatisi kuda kuti achinje relative neposition yeformula yedu, but mark tinoda kuti ichinje. Tinoda kuti for Charlene tishandise 135, for Placidis toda kuti tishandise 145, for Rachel toda kuti tishandise 124, for Joab toda kuti tishandise 123, for Nyasha toda kuti tishandise 162. But the total tiri kungoramba toda kuti ingoramba ichingoshandisa 200 uyu, toda kuti ingoramba ichingoti over 200 uyu, over 200 over 200. We don't want it to change. So if you don't want the cell to change, the range to change, you are going to use absolute cell referencing. Same applies to this 40 that we are multiplying with. We don't want the 40 to change. We want the possible mark to continue being out of 40. So we want to continue multiplying by 40. So this and that, we are going to reference them using absolute cell referencing. But mark, we are going to reference it using a relative cell referencing. What am I saying? You are going to go there to where you're supposed to calculate the coursework. You put your equal sign, not mark divided by the total multiplied by the coursework, which is 40. But I said that we want to reference F12 and G12 to chance absolute cell referencing. So I'm going to put my $sign F, my $sign 12, my $sign G, my $sign. So it's still F12, but I've referenced it using absolute cell referencing. This is still G12, and I've also referenced it using absolute cell referencing. F6, I've used relative cell referencing because I want kuti kana pandinokopa formula ndakudraga ndakudzika, apa inochinja yoita F7, apa yochinja yoita F8, apa yochinja yoita F9, apa yochinja yoita F10. But yatashandisa absolute cell referencing, ichangoramba ichingoti time divided by f12 divided by f12 divided by f12 regardless of where the formula is placed. I hope I'm being got loud and clear. So Charlene got 27 out of 40. Now, if I copy that formula and drag it, you can see that Plaxitis has gotten 29. But formula in your Plaxitis ndeyekuti it's F7 divided by yatachandisa relative cell reference, yatachandisa absolute cell referencing. It has come out as it is. It hasn't changed. Letanga tachandisa relative cell referencing kureferensa F12 na D12 ingadai yatodzikawo pasapa yava F13 na G13. Isu mu-F13 medu nemu-G13 hamuna chini. Notice what happened to Rachel. It's F8. Isu tanga takopa F6, but F8 yachinja. F12 and G12 are still captured as F12 and G12. Same applies to Joab, same applies to Nyasha. Do you get the sense of what I'm trying to say? Is that making any sense, Michelle?
Tikumbirwa kuti mudzokoredzana kunzwisisa.
Okay. Kudzanai. Okay.
Chida kuti mudzokorodze
Joab.
because naisisa.
Okay. That's fine. Any other question other than that? Do you want me to repeat any other question?
Say.
Yes.
Pamati andi matitika eda formula yekuti tiwane coursework mark andi mati tinokwanisa kuti tisaramba tichiripita mumabox tinokwanisa kungodrega tobva tatowana maanswer automatically handi ya ndikuda kunzwisisa nyaya yekudrega iyoyo kuti tinodrega sei. I'm still finding it difficult kudrega maquestion acho.
Explain that. Ndichiripita panapa. Tirikuda kutsvaka coursework handiti yemastudents edu. Zvazvinoita ndezvekuti coursework yenyu imimi ndinogona kukupai zvinhu zviri marked out of 100. But regulations anoti coursework inofanira kuva out of 40. So I want to convert this mark that you got out of 200 into a mark that is out of 40. So I'm going to use this formula yekuti mark yawakawana divided by the total marks multiplied by what the coursework is supposed to be. It's supposed to be out of 40. So I'm going to put my formula there is equal to that, because I want 135 to be ndoda kuti kana ndazokopa formula yangu ndinoda kuti izochinja. Kana yapanapa ndoda kuti iti F7, kana yapanapa ndoda kuti iti F8, kana yapanapa ndoda kuti iti F9 what handiri. So ndichareferensa this one ndichishandisa relative cell referencing. Then I'm supposed to divide the mark that was obtained by a student by the total marks. The total marks is 200. Whether it's Plaxides or Rachel or Joab or Nyasha, the total marks is going to still remain 200. And if I leave it like that, relative self-referencing, like that, the moment pandinozokopa formula yangu ndichiapply kumwe, inochinja, inomover. For the next student, ichaenda pana F13. So the next one, you end up on F14 and so forth. But I don't want it to change. Ndoda kuti ingoramba ichingova divided by F12. So this F12 has to be referenced using absolute cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing that all these are preceded with a dollar sign. So you put $F, $12 and it. We want to multiply this by 40. And it again, for whether it's Plaxides, whether it's Ratio or Joab or Nyash, we still want to multiply by this 40 throughout. So we need to reference G12 to G-chancer absolute cell referencing. So you put $G, $12. To get the answer, you press Enter. Now comes the part of dragging. You go to the cell, Rene formula yako. This is the formula that you want to copy. Well, if you're not comfortable dragging, you can just copy this formula. Right click, select copy, like that. Then you highlight the cells. Okay. What happened there? Okay. You can also get this dragger. Well, let me first demonstrate the dragging. Then can also get this dragger on it. Once wawana formula yako, once waenda formula yako, unoenda pakona apo pane chifull stop icho, womuvha haro yako kuenda pachikona ipapo. Mouse yedu kana kuti touchpad yedu ine two mabutton, the left button and the right button. Iwewe unoklika the left button, not the right button. The left unoramba wakaklika kusvika wapedza zvauri kuita, hauriregedzi button iroro kusvika wapedza. So wakapresa left mouse button yako, unobva wafambisa mouse yako okesa yako uchidzika kuzasi, like that. Once you have selected pese parofana kuiswa formula yako, unobva wachiregedza, and automatically the same formula is applied for all the other students. Pawaita absolute cell referencing, cell iroro is not going to change. Ndoti changoramba richishandiswa. Pawaita relative cell referencing, cell rinochinja, cell name rinochinja depending neposition yeformula. Richiwedzera ne1 kana uchidzika pazasi, kana uchiselecta uchikwidza kumusoro inenge ichidzika ne1. For example, dai formula iyi dai tatanga nekucalculata uyu wepazasi uyu. Dai tatanga nekucalculata Nyasha. It means you are supposed to be dragging upwards, and it. So inenge ichisubtractor now. Instead of F tatanga na F10 and it. So pamusoro apa inenge yava F9, apo F8, apo F7, apo F6. Oregedza. So hazvina basa kuti watanga kumusoro kana kuti watanga kuisa formula yako kumusoro kana kuti watanga kuisa formula yako kuzasi. Dragging is just going to work. Then let me explain nyaya yekukopa. Kana zvekudrega zvichikunetsa, ukaenda apo ukaita right click now, you select copy. panoita zvinhu zvinenge zviri kutendereka mukaso kako kauri kukopako. Handiti. Then you highlight macells auri kuda kuti formula iyoyo yawakopa iapplywe. You right click. You right click and then you select the first option yakanzi paste. Notice pane ma-options e-paste akawanda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6 options. Iwewe, you select either the first option will give you an answer. Ukaselect the option hiyo, urukuda kungo paste value yakanzi 27 hiyo. Ukaselecta value yakanzi fx hiyo, inokupa correct answer. You are copying the formula. So you can select either the first option or the third option yakanzi formula hiyo. It should be okay. You should get your answer. I don't know if I've addressed your concerns, but like I said, this meeting is being recorded. You can always play it again and again and again until you understand the concept. Someone is saying tirikumboita nezvenyu. Zviri kwere? Naye Miriam. Someone is asking like tirikuriperi. Ndizviri kwere pamessage? Pamessage yandakakuudza inesoro. And the $, sign matiche. I think Simba. I think I've explained $, sign Kakeji found it is explained. It's called absolute cell referencing. Just to refer to the video when I share it. Okay, I will continue. So I've demonstrated how you use absolute cell referencing, cases where you use absolute cell referencing, cases where you are supposed to use relative cell referencing. In an exam, ndinogona kukuunzira chinhu chakaita sechino ichi. Right? Right. Then ndoisa question mark panapa. Where's the question mark? Kuna kuisa question mark panapa. Ndobvunza ini question kuti what formula? I don't ask for answers in a spreadsheet question. Really, why have asked you kuti total yanga iri chiapo. Ndinokuvhunza inini kuti formula iri kufanira kunyorwa kuti tiwane total marks dzashailini ndeyekuti chii. I want the formula that is going to be typed there. I also want the formula that is going to be typed there kuti tiwane coursework yarasho. That's what I'll be asking you in the formula, in the exam. So iwewe muexam uchandinyorera kuti formula yatanga tichishandisa is equal to f what, f whatever divided by, you're going to say pana f8 divided by f12 times f times g12 or something like that. You still get the correct answer. Or if you want, I could ask teachers absolute self-referencing, what formula are we supposed to put there? Yeah, you describe the formula that is supposed to be put. Right? So I was in this exercise, I demonstrated how to use relative self-referencing and how to also use absolute self-referencing. We want to do yet another exercise. Now, I want to talk about functions. So in sheet 3, I'm going to talk about functions. Right. In spreadsheets, there are many functions or inbuilt formulas. Let me go there and write a few notes. So functions. Functions inbuilt formulas in spreadsheets. They need to be called in order for you to use it. All functions I have a unique name and always 10 in caps. Spreadsheets. In module, we're going to discuss just 6 functions. Once you know how to use these functions, it should not be a problem to use any other function that you deem useful. Okay. Which are these functions that we are going to discuss? We are going to talk about the sum function, the sum function, the average function, mean function, maximum function, count function and the count if functions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are the 6 functions that we are going to talk about. As you can see, I've written them in capital letters because function names are written in capital letters. We'll talk about the sum function first, and then we'll later demonstrate how you use the sum function. So the sum function is used to automatically add all items that are in a given range it allows you to add all items that are in a given range automatically. You don't have to use the plus operator, because once you call the sum function, it knows that you are adding things. The plus operator is inbuilt, is built inside the formula, right? The syntax of the sum function is as follows. You always start by putting, when you are calling a function, you always, it's sort of it's a function, it's a formula. You always start by putting an equal sign, never forget that. Then you type the function name. The function name is written in caps. You don't leave any blank spaces. You open your bracket and you highlight or you select the range of values that you want added. You select the range of values that you want to add. Automatically, addition yako inobva itika. Okay, ngatibve tatoita tichitodemonstrate functions panapa. Please be quick. Besides the demonstration of functions, I will also show you in this practical how you format cells and resize cells and how you can merge some cells, right? Okay, I want to present a report card for a certain class. Okay. I remember when we were in secondary school, in primary school, sorry, the teacher used to prepare a report card that showed performance of all the students in a class, in a test that would have written, and then they would stick that on the wall so that unenge uchiziva kuti uri mire papi. So I want to prepare something like that, but instead of doing it for the whole class, we're just going to put about 10 fictitious students. And it's a report card that shows how each student performed in different subjects. Over the test. So this report card, the first thing that I want to do is ndoda kuti ive a heading, and to make it a heading, it needs to be aligned as a heading. So I'm going to highlight from cell A1 to cell H1, like that. I go to the Home tab, then I click this one, chakanzi Agent Center. Agent Center is used to merge cells, multiple cells into one big cell. You can see kuti apa ndanga ndine cells A1, B1, C1, D1, E1, but panda highlighter ndikaklicka merge and center, all those cells have been removed, all those other cells have been removed. It has just become one large cell rakanzi A1. Hatichina B1, hatichina C1, hatichina D1. It's just one big cell, right? I can make it bold. I can even change the font size to 18 or so that it sticks out. What I'm doing here sticks out. I expect you to format your assignments. Headings should pop out that this is a heading and so forth. So this is how you're supposed to do it, right? So we now know that we are preparing a report card for grade 6 A6 term. So what is it that we need? Obviously, we need the names of the students. We also need the mark. Also, these people obviously doing different subjects, so we need to list them down. So maybe one of the subjects was English, the other one was maths, the other one was science. We want to list about 6 subjects. The other one was IT. The other one was Shona. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 is a history. So you guys, you are entering this data into your spreadsheet. Let's list down fictitious names. So we have Nyasha. We Joab. We Sha. We 7, 8. We want 10 students. Let me go to another. Keep. We keep with chance. Something that I'm observing. Struggling to find boys' names here. What's happening? Let's put the marks. We assume that these marks are out of 100 again. These are just a fictitious. It has nothing to do with the names of these people, please. You can, of course, put any figures that you want yourself. You don't have to use the same figures that I'm putting. We're going to write our exam on the 11th of November. Please don't miss that date. And please notice that it's a university-wide module. So almost every other student will be writing that module. Please go to the correct venue. Otherwise, your script might get lost. Unogona kuchinyorwa ICT SS8 nevanhu vepeace nekusociology nechichi. Go to the venue that you have been assigned. Haikona kuzoenda kana kuSS7 kuri kunyorwa nevanhu vehistory and developmental studies. I don't even teach those students. Iwo script rako roenda ikoko. Kuti ndizorwana script rako panenge pakaipa. So make sure that you go to the correct venue that you have been assigned. Then about your coursework, I will inform you about your coursework. Kumbekuku. You did coursework. Then some of you
No, that's it.
turn on microphone akusikuwedzera volume. Okay, I have entered the names of my students. I've entered the subject that they were doing, and I want to analyze the performance of my students. First of all, I want to find the total marks that these guys got. I also want to find the average mark. I also want to find the number of subjects that they actually wrote. Let's remove some blanks. Subjects. We also want number. Right. Please observe this. The number of subjects passed pari protrude out of the cell. You can use this icon here inonzi rep text kuti zvisa protrude outside zvimwe zvibve zvanyorerwa pazasi apo sezvatinoita like this, so that my cells ako remain of the same length, but say pane imwe yakakurisa. Okay, varada kuti geography rinokwanira exactly. Ane muri kuona kuti geography varai rakakurisa harisi kukwana museu munomu. You can increase the size of this cell by going kuma columns kumsoroko panobuda sign icho. You drag to the dragging to the left reduces the column, dragging to the right increases the column. So unodraga kusvika vara rako rakunyatsokukwana zvakanaka. Like that. Now we now want to demonstrate the use of the with those ones as well. We now want to demonstrate the use of those 6 functions to answer this data that we have. We want to find the total marks that was obtained by our students. Kutsvaka total. Earlier on, zvatatanga kudzidza nhasi tati unotanga wabaya equals, what that, what plus, what that, what plus, what that, what plus, that plus, that plus, that. Kusvika wapedza zvinhu zvako zvese zvauri kuda kuedha opressa end. But this is so time consuming. Imagine if you have 1,000 entries that you want to add, which is go to A1 plus B1 plus B. That's going to be so taxing, so annoying, and it's going to take a lot of your time. So we have a function that was developed that we can use for adding all our things. You don't even have to call the operator plus and so forth. You are just calling the function name and referencing, highlighting all the things that you want added, and you get the answer. How easy can life be? So you put your equal sign. We are going to be using the sum function here. You put your equal sign and then you call the sum function. As you type pakati sum, different sum related functions appear. It's also what we want to use is this first one, the sum e. You can just click on it, or you can just open your bracket manually. After typing the function name, you can just click. You can just double click, or you can to have your bracket opened, or you can open your bracket automatically, manually, sorry, by clicking the opening brace. You then highlight the range of values that you want to add. So toda kuedha mamax ese anyasha. So unobva wahighlighta mamax ese anyasha kuda kuedha. Ndo inonzi range iyi. The range is we want to add all things that are in cells B3 to G3. We want to save or to find the sum of all cells from B3 to G3. You close your bracket once you are done with your range, and then you press enter to get your result. So the same answer that we got per 416 is the same answer that we are getting here. Only that this one is less taxing than the previous one. In an exam, if I ask you kuti formula iri kufana kunyorwa panapa, formula iri kufana kunyorwa panapa, and then ndobva ndaspecify kuti use functions only, it means kuti ndiri kuda kuti undiudze nezve-sum function. Haukwanisi kundipa iwe answer yayo kuti is equal to b1 plus b2 plus b3 plus b4. That one is our own formula that we created. If I say use functions, ndikutaura iwawo mafunctions 6 ayatiri kutaura nezvawo, vana sum function, vana count function, and so forth. Can someone tell me how I go about using the sum function to calculate Joab's marks? Someone who has been listening? How do I find Joab's marks? Rejoice.
Okay.
Yes.
Chiri kuitika ari pedo nevamwe vane maredhiyo saka inodzoka pedo wevhi riri kutumira information phone dzedu riri kumuita kuti asanyatsunzwa zvakureva.
Okay. If I heard you correctly, you said we first put the equal sign. Please mute your device. You put your equal sign and then you type sum, open your bracket, and highlight the values that you want to add, close your bracket, and press enter. We get 352. Right, once you've calculated for the first student, there is no need for you to continue calculating for all the other students. There's no need for you to calculate for all the other students. All you can do, you can use that dragging option or the copy option to calculate the marks for all the other students. Click on the calculated value, so the calculated value, click your left mouse button and drag downwards to the last student, and automatically all the marks are computed. All the marks are computed. That's how we use the sum function. That's how we use the sum function. Let's go on and talk about the average function. The average function is used to find the mean of values in a given range. Want to find the mean of values in a given range. The syntax is equal to, you put your equal sign, is equal to average. Please be mindful of the spelling of average. Why not A-V-R-E-G-E? Be careful of the function name, because if you type a wrong function name, you are going to get an error message. That tells you that there's something wrong with your formula. So is equal to average, then highlight your range. Let's go and demonstrate the use of the average function. The use of the average function. Apple. Times to calculate the average marks that we obtained by each student. We also call us to calculate the average mark for each subject. It helps the teacher now to analyze how the students actually performed as a group. So you are going to put your equal sign there, and then you type the function name, which is average. As you type Pagan's average, you can just double click the formula average required. You then highlight your data. Please do not include the total. It's not used to calculate the average. Close your bracket and press enter. So average is 59.333333. This is a floating point number. It doesn't look very neat. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to format your cells so that you round off your numbers, your values to at most 2 decimal places. How do you change the decimal places there? You use this arrow here. This one is for increasing decimal places. This one is for decreasing decimal places. So the moment I click, okay. The moment I click in that particular cell and I reduce, you can reduce or increase the decimal places. So that's to 1 decimal place, average to 1 decimal place. I will recalculate average. I'll ask someone to calculate average for Joab before we then do the copy and paste option. Who wants to demonstrate? Sandra. Go ahead.
No, sir. I'm still the startup average. I cannot find average.
Sarapachi.
Aro yekudingisa madecimal.
You just go pane cell rako rauri kuda kufomata. Then this one is for decreasing decimal places. This one is for increasing them. This one is for decreasing them. So you can reduce them to 3 decimal to 2 in ndangoti handidi kuona floating point yakakurisa muwork yenyu. I want you to reduce it to show me that you have reduced um, your value to at most 2 decimal places. It should be at most 2 decimal places. Can someone tell me how we go about calculating average for Joab? What?
Tinoenda paseu redu reaverage and then tobva tapanja equal sign tobva tahighlighta masales edu togoti mamarks aJoab ese handi tisingaisi total totanga tavhura bracket tobva tamahighlighta after tamahighlighta ese mamarks
zvatinotanga taita pane zvatinofanira kutanga taita tichingopedza kunyora equal sign pane zvatinofanira kutanga taita.
alright totanga tataipa average
Tsvakiki kana unenge usina kukola the function, it has to be called. Understand? Then tovhura bracket toita sei?
tohighlighta mamarks edu
tabva taita floating point value iro toita sei?
tovhara bracket tobva taenda
pakuda value ine floating point yakakurisa, then what?
alright tobva ta reference maseo yedu iyo yeaverage tobva taenda pareduce decimal tobva taredusa either to 1 decimal handichanyatsoziva ngu maajagonero eleseni
We reduce it to 1 decimal place. And at least we now know how to use the average function. Panoti tirambe tichingodzokorodza, just copy there, drag downwards. There you go. We have calculated the average for all the students now. And muri kuona kuti apa pose apa tiri kushandisa relative cell referencing. Hapana pari kutomboda kuti tishandise absolute cell referencing. Right. We now move on to the count function. Count function. The count function is used to enumerate the number of items in a given range. It's used to count the number of items that are in a given range. The syntax for the count function is as follows: is equal to count in brackets your range. It's one of the simplest formulas. It simply counts kuti zvinhu zvako zvingani, which helps us a lot to count, especially if they are missing values. I'm going to put my equal sign there and type count, open bracket, highlight the cells that you want to use, close bracket, and you press enter. That's the formula that I put, is equal to count, open bracket, B3 to G30. Oh, what? This is wrong. My range is wrong. It's supposed to be G3. I was supposed to just highlight from B3 to G3. By the way, kana usingagoni zvekuhighlight, I know pane vamwe vanhu vanonga vachitambura nekushandisa mamouse yavo isinganyatsofamba zvakanaka and so forth. You can type in the ranges manually. You can type kuti from B panani first students from B3 to G3. Close the bracket. You will see that a range will be highlighted. The range that we are going to be using is highlighted. Press enter to get the answer. So in most cases, I think students were getting to know. Students were doing subjects. Move this downwards. You can see that some were doing 5 subjects, some were doing 6. Uyu watadzimira Mark, Frank na Daniel shows that they were doing 5 subjects, right? We have another function called the count if function. This one now is a little bit problematic to many students. I've observed that come exam time, count if function. What we're talking about. So the count function is used. It's used to find the number of items that satisfies a given condition. It is used to find the number of items that satisfy a given condition. The syntax of the county function is equal to, it's a little bit different from the other ones. I guess that's why students find it more difficult. So it's called to count if, open your bracket, select your range, put a comma, put opening quotes, put your condition, quote, close your bracket. Close your bracket, yes, something like that. So the syntax for the count if function is equal to count if, open bracket, you select the range of values that you want to count from, put a comma, and then put the condition that you need satisfied in order to be counted that you need. Let's go to the exercise and let's demonstrate the counting function by putting a formula there, represents the number of subjects passed. So you put your equal sign, you type the word count if, the moment you start typing count if appears, select your range of values. So you're going to select everything, not only those values that give you, that are greater than that you deem kuti mwana akapasa kana ndakafaira. You highlight everything. As you type your formula, there is this function that pops up downwards here. In this formula, kana iwewe una koma apa, unaisa koma. Kana iwewe una kana iwewe una koma apa, unaisa ukoma. But kana una semicolon, so it always either pana koma kana pana semicolon. In my case pana koma, so I'm going to put a koma. Iwewe kana pako pana semicolon ukaisa koma, answer yako haiite, haibude, haicalculate because pane zvinhu zvisiri kunzwisisiwa nespreadsheet. So make sure that you put the correct item there, either the comma or the semicolon. Semicolon here yakaita so. But in ndikaita semicolon, ivo paitiri kuti pari kuda kuone apa. Answer yangu ini haibude. So I put my comma. Where's the comma? Okay. Then open your bracket and put your condition. Each number on the condition. Condition is what you want satisfied before a particular event occurs. For example, this exercise that we are doing, they test yanga 100. Sakunze munhu anzi akapasa kana kuti munhu anzi akafoira. It really depends on what mark they got. There's a criteria that is there. munhu haiti macalculations ake oga kuona kuti ndivanani vakapasa kana ndivanani vakafoira. Unongoisa condition yauri kuda kuti satisfy apo. The condition that we want satisfied is that we want this mark, in order for it to be counted, we want it to be greater or equal to 50. So we use conditional operators in the count if functions. We use conditional operators. Let me go to my notes and just add that. So we use conditional operators to reflect the condition. Like what? The greater than sign, the less than sign. This is how we write greater or equal to. And also use less or equal to. For now, a number of conditional operators that you can use, but for the purposes of our module, we are going to be using only these ones. Ndizvo zvandinogona kukubvunza muexam, handizokufunzira oro and so you should be able to use them. Right. So what is the conditional operator that we put there? It should be greater for you to be counted as someone who passed. Should be greater or equal to 50. So pass mark. If students get 50 and above, they would have passed. But if they get less than 50, it means that they have failed. Isusu question yedu iri kutifunza kuti what is the number of students who passed. So we should get a number there. Don't forget to close the bracket and press enter. So this particular student Nyasha only passed 5 subjects out of this 6 subjects that they were doing. They failed mathematics, though in a 34 year. And I will repeat that again. In fact, let me ask someone from the class to calculate Joab's number of subjects passed. Apunda. Takunda, please quiet. Anyone? Scratch. Where is Scratch? Am I still in this meeting or I'm not?
Ya, tiri tese.
Okay, loosely. Tell me how we calculate the number of subjects passed by Joab. Say you are following. Go ahead. You put your equal sign, type the function name, open your bracket, highlight the range of values, close, put a comma, put a comma, put opening quotes. Please note also that the quotes that we use, the opening quotes that we use, they are anezvinhu izvi zvima-apostrophe two izvi zvinouya zvakatongobatana zviri true. Haikona kushandisa tuma-apostle icon tuya tunonge turi 1 tunoshanda pakudescribe sekuti chiposi plus not that one. Chimukoti chatinoda ndecheche chinonge chine zvinhu 2. Right, our condition is still the same, our criteria is still the same. We want any mark that is greater or equal to 50. Close bracket. Not before you close. Press enter and there is answer 4. Akapasa 4. Akafoira akapasa 4. You don't need to continue calculating for all the other students. You can just drag there and you can see if some passed the 6, some passed the 5, some passed the 4, some passed the 4, some passed the 6. Now we want to calculate the lowest mark. We are going to use the minimum function. The minimum function. I will describe both the minimum function and the maximum function so that we don't waste any more time. So I'll first talk about the maximum function. This is used. This is used to find the largest value among it's used to find the largest value among a list of values. the syntax. You put your equal sign as usual. Instead of writing maximum in full, you just write max. And then here, the formula is not complicated, it's just highlighting your range. Right, then I'll demonstrate that. The minimum function. Function, it is used to syntax now. To your range. And you are done. Let's demonstrate the maximum function and the minimum function. The function that talk that in it was saying, but I sort of said kunok. So the lowest mark is equal to mean this all thing going downwards. Press enter. So the lowest mark is 34. The lowest mark is 34.
Guys, you can mute.
But the average function you are going to type is go to average. You're going to type is go to average, and then you select your range of values, close bracket, press enter. Highest mark, go to you press enter. The highest value there is 90. The highest value is 90. Now, you can copy this formula. These three my calculations are tight. I'm not gonna write like a one. asema applies here. Kana wanga waita student 1 zvese from zvokutsvaka total average subs number of subjects passed, nogona ngozvita ka1 kuzodrega izvi. Like what I want to do here. I want to drag the lowest, the average, and the highest mark ka1. Go there and drag Kappa Histora. There I go. Then these values to reduce to 2 decimal place. Click. Any questions with regards to functions? Any questions with regards to functions? Are there any questions with regards to functions? The 6 functions that we discussed, we've just discussed. If there are no questions, it means that this class is full of bright minds. Screech.
Se ndarasikawo pacount if pakutanga wifi yanga yambodhika, if you don't mind ndombura kudzokorodzerwa ipapo.
Okay, that's fine. I'll repeat that. Any other question? Chinotend.
Inini sendarasika pa-average apo.
Average, okay. Anyone else? Columns. You're muted. You need to unmute yourself so that we Tariro.
Inini ndiri kuda kutoti mutombotanga kutombodetsererawo pakaunti view apa kusvikira yamapedzisira kuita izvi.
Okay. Ashley.
Ndarasika pa-lowest mark ndopandasarira.
Minimum function. Okay, it's fine. Let me try to re-demonstrate that. Nomsa.
Pa-average.
Okay, it's fine. Let me go and demonstrate that again. So it seems like everyone understood total and then average. There are some who might have missed it. But to calculate the average, we simply want let me just plug in my computer. Average function is used to find the mean and it. So that to track average. Can we mute our devices? Right, to demonstrate the average function, I'm just going to calculate average for Nyash. You put your equal sign and then you type the name of the function, which is average. You then highlight Mamax Anyash, close bracket, and you press enter over what one average. So average is not that difficult. And then count number of subjects. This means it seems like there was no challenge here. The challenge was on count if, use of the count if function. So the count if function, we'll redo it. You put your equal sign, then you type the function name, which is count if. And notice count if is one word. Then you highlight the range because it says we need to first put the range. After putting the range, you put a comma. It's not always the case that you put a comma. In some computers, you need to put a semicolon instead. What determines whether you're going to put a comma or a semicolon is what's shown in this thing, this little formula that is shown below what we are doing here. If there's a comma, you put a comma. If there's a semicolon, you put a semicolon. In my case, it requires me to put a comma, so I'm going to put a comma. And then you put your criteria or your condition. This condition should be in quotes. So what's the condition here? In order for something to be counted, it should be a value that is greater or equal to 50. So mwana akawana 50 and above, inenge mechinza akapasa subject iyoyo. So it's going to be counted. You close your quote, you close your bracket. You press enter to get the answer. So it's telling me that this particular student just passed 5 subjects out of the 6 subjects that they were doing. If we also verify manually, you can see that this student indeed failed this subject that they got 34. The beautiful thing about spreadsheet is that if a value changes, for example, I see that no, Nyasha didn't get 8 and 9 in English. Nyasha actually got a 9 in English. If I change that value, all the other values that depended on the 8 and 9 are going to be automatically adjusted. The total is going to change, the average is going to change, the number of subjects passed is going to change. Notice the moment I leave this cell and click out, everything changes automatically. I didn't recalculate or anything. The total is reduced to 336, average younger import 60 something here reduced to 56. The number of subjects passed down to 5 is now 4. So in on the automatic updating of formula, we'll talk about it when we discuss the advantages of spreadsheet. Next, I want to demonstrate the use of the minimum function and the maximum function. We said that the minimum function is used to calculate the smallest value among a list of values. The smallest value among a list of values. If we check manually here, we say 9 is the smallest value. So in the subjects, in the English subject, ta calculator formula, ta isa formula ida, but tunaona pana kwa na answer 9. So what is the formula that you put there? You put your equal sign, put the function, which is mean. You don't write minimum in full, you just write mean, open brackets, and highlight all the values. You don't just highlight the smallest one, you highlight everything. Your spreadsheet, just track among all those things that you highlighted, which is the smallest. You press enter, and indeed 9 is the smallest value. To find the highest mark, to find the highest mark, we're going to use the maximum function. Maximum function works like this. You put an equal sign, you type the word max, open bracket, and you highlight all the values. The spreadsheet is going to scan through all the values and check which one is the biggest value. We're getting 90. If I change that 90 to 100, notice this value should also change. Yes, the highest mark have 100, average yakwirira yava 63.8. So I think I've demonstrated what the earlier round of questions was all about. Is there anyone still with a question? Ashley, did you forget to put down your hand?